Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we're a little bit late today, but only by a little bit. Today we are going to continue our little KSP Kerbal Careers. Let me put that music a little bit softer. We're going to continue our KSP Careers. We are going to try doing a what do you call it? SSTO, single stage to orbit. I mean, I built one a long time ago, so I am not sure how this is going to run today. Could be interesting. So anyway, let's head off to the Kerbals. And we'll stop this music. We'll head off to the Kerbals. Alright. So here we go. Let's start our career game. We're going to resume from where we left off. Now, there might be some other missions in the meantime. Oh, we've used a lot of funds. That Moho thing pretty much threw us off. But yesterday, Gypsy sent me a little link with a new version of Precise Node. Well, it's not Precise Node. It's taken Precise Node and it's gone and it's updated it into something called Precise Maneuver, which seems to be far prettier to use. It's yeah, it gives a lot more information. It's got some nice little features. I had a quick look at it, and definitely something that we're going to be using. Right, so let's just have a quick assessment of what is going on with all our craft. Wow, we've got a lot of stuff up there. Okay, so where's the Eve Express? The Eve Express is kind of on the way there. The Mo Express is spinning out of control. Moon Probe. Okay, we've got our guys waiting to land on the moon. What's this one? Oh, this is our little Elu thing. Let's actually go have a look at our Elu rover. Let's just have a look and see how if that's still ticking along. That was fun. That was a fun little guy. Yep. He is still kicking along just fine. Look at him. Take off the brakes. And the lights. Yeah. Is there any more signs for him to get? Oh, let's see. Nope, no more signs. He's still going fine. No problem with the battery power, stuff like that. Going to do, what's this? Okay, so let's take away these resources. Let's do this. And KSP default. General purpose, styling visuals. Replace stock resources. Yep, okay. That should be fine. Alright, so there we go. Our little rover's still going. I wonder if we can leave him while he's... Go back to the Space Center. Ah! We left him. He's busy traveling around. And we've just left him traveling. Cool. Alright, now the other thing that we want to do is to make the kind of landing area easier to land with. Okay, if we're building the SSTO, what we want to do maybe we want to put kind of flags. So we want to just build a small little craft, and we can actually do it like this. Take this away. We built a small little craft. I know we can't do it that way. Right, and it needs a bit of fuselage. Fuel tank, sorry, fuel tank. That's main propellant. Liquid. We need some rover wheels. Yeah, where are my rover wheels? Science. Actually, no, we got something already. We've got something already. Don't save. We can actually load this guy. Nope, that's not the guy we want to load. Maybe this one. Okay, that's good. That's pretty much what we want to do. All right, so yeah, we got crew. Okay, so what we're gonna do with this is we just want to make our landing pad easier to find. So put in brakes. Put in brakes. Open this up. We want Jeb can go out. Okay, yeah, let go. Fall on your head. Good at that. And we are going to run over here. Let him run. Run, Forrest. Okay, so we are going to put over here and we are going to put a flag. If you're going to put a flag down in this area, has it got... Okay, so I think about here is good. So let's do this. So what we're going to do with this guy, with Mr. Jeb, right click, plant flag. And this is, and we're going to call this runway. And where are we? Where are we? We are runway start. Beginning of runway. Okay. So we've got a target to aim for. Now we're going to go down to the end and we're going to make a runway end. Oh, you can. Whoa! Okay. that was bizarre. That was really bizarre. We're going to climb up. Where are my Kerbal sounds? Where are my Kerbal sounds? Are you guys hearing sounds? Okay. Right, I'm hearing sound. Just seems to be very soft at the moment. And board. Okay. Now we are going to tract. Now we're going to take off the brakes. There we go. And we're going to go down to the end of this runway. Right. No, 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 no. Wow. This thing is not made for speed. Okay, so we're going to go down to the end of this runway, and we're going to do the same at the end of the runway. We are going to put another flag there. So then you know, kind of when you're in space, you can set it as your target, and you kind of know where you are going to land. Very, very useful little trick. But unfortunately, and you also get the alignment of the runway. Very useful little trick. Okay. Now we haven't even done any planes really. This is kind of it's going to be an interesting one. Oh, I'm back there, back, no. Ah, come on. Alright, so almost at the end of the runway. And again, you could probably, make a better rover to do this. But I mean, I just use a craft I already had, which makes it nice and easy. And brake. Take off brakes. Just at the end. Done. Alright. Now, Jeb, you go in EVA again. And we are going to... where are we? We about in the center. So that's about the center there. And he's going to plant another flag. And we're going to call this runway end. Ending of the runway. Okay, so we've kind of got two flags, and that should hopefully give us a nice indication of what's going on. Right, so let's go have a look at building an SSTO. We're going to start with a really small one. We're going to start with a very small one and work from there. And build. And recover. Alright, so we've got some nice we've got some nice basics done over there. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look if we've got any missions. Raw Gilly, bye Gilly. Okay, we're actually going to get those. I think we're on the way. Right, so runway start, runway end. Okay, so that's kind of, so you see the indicators, so that's good. All right, so let's start with, in fact, what I'm going to do, let's just exit out of this. We probably going to want to just set this to daytime. It's a beautiful day at the Kerbal Center. A little bit cloudy, a little bit overcast. But other than that, it's a beautiful day for building a plane or building an SSTO. Now, what do we need with the SSTO? Right, we are going to need something. Let's do a new one. So let's not try and build a big one. Let's just build a small SSTO. Mark 1, so the Mark 2. Okay, so we're just going to build kind of a small one. And what we're going to want? We are going to want... Let's do a basic... Let's give it a basic cargo hold. Give it a nice cargo bay. So, you know, it can take stuff up if it needs to. And you know what, give it... I'm thinking... Give it a docking port. So there's a kind of small docking port and stuff like that. And we've got, yeah, just a little thing over there. Right, now we're going to look at the fuel. Okay, so that was a Clampetron. Is that not the big one? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the Mark II parts. Okay, so there are Mark II parts. So, what do we need to do for an SSTO? We need to have jet engines to get us up to like a high speed and get us onto kind of a orbital, well, not orbital, get us onto an, should we call it a high enough area so that the main rockets can then fire off and take us the rest of the way. So, wait, what is this? This is liquid and oxidizer. So, if we do this, and we kind of give it, look at our engines. This is Weasley turbofan. Nope. What we want is I'm going to just do it as actual separate rocket engines. Now I'm thinking, how are we actually going to do this? Maybe give it a little bit more. Maybe give it a little bit more fuel. Okay, so this is both Oh, this is liquid. This is oxidizer. I am thinking that if we do... We have one that's got liquid fuel and oxidizer. Okay, so we have that like that, and let's say... I mean, we're just looking at design, we're not kind of tuning it just yet. Okay, so that's jet engine, turbofan engine, afterburning fan. We want rocket engine. So how much would this be if we put these on like this? 140. 140, which is okay. Which is actually okay because it's not taken directly off. And that's 2000 delta V, which is nice. Let's close this. Right now, what we need is we need to get this to a correct right height. What we're going to want is maybe some rocket fuel. Well, at least not rocket fuel. We want some liquid fuel. We want actual jet engines. So let's have a look at what are these. This is liquid fuel. Okay, so what if we do this? You have one there. Oops. You know what? I'm going to do it like this. Okay. And let's see, what are these guys? Turbofan. Now it tells us kind of various things about it. Okay, so output, liquid fuel, drains fuel by stage. Max thrust at Mach 2.5. Yeah, so that's Mach 2.5. It's still got a lot of thrust. And these are ramjets at Mach 3. Should we try these guys? They look nice and big. Let's try them. Again, we've got no freaking idea how well this is going to work. Right, so this looks like it's a little bit, wants to go a little bit forward, I think. Maybe push this a little bit forward like that. Okay. Now do we actually want to... Now we need air intakes. So we're going on to aerodynamics. And adjustable ramp air intake. We've got the circular air intake. So what is this? How much is a mount 2? Mount 2. Driverless air intake, amount 2. What I'm thinking is maybe... Oh, what's this? Mount 2. Oh, wait. Intake area. Effective base speed. Effective, okay, 15 miles. This actually takes in a lot more. And this one... 75. But maybe if we do this. Okay. Alright, so kind of that's... I think that would be our engines. I mean, we can always... We look at the center of mass and we look at the center of lift. And there we go. Look at that. Now what we could do is we could take this. Where's it? We'll move. Take that and just push this kind of just a little bit in. And maybe a little bit out. There you go. That kind of sort of connects it. Alright. So we want to bring the center of lift up there. Now it's got natural lift because of this fuselage thing. So we now going to start building some wings for it. Alright, now the wings are kind of an interesting thing. What if we sort of build the wings kind of there? You know what? Let me actually, we want, okay, so we're going to want big wings. Now what I'm thinking is, okay, let's do this. No. Some big wings. No, I'm just going to use these guys. Okay, so we're going to put these kind of, and we'll build from this. So bring it forward. We're going to build everything in relation to kind of this wing over here. You know what? Good idea. Good idea. Let's do kind of a long wing over here. Okay, so everything will be built off that wing. Small delta wing. We have a large delta wing. Let's see. Now remember what I said, everything is built, so everything is built off this base. But now we are going to take this and maybe push this sort of in like that. Right. I can see the kind of the center of lift there. Right, now you probably want to bring this like there. Probably want a small one. Maybe a block. Maybe the block would be. And then maybe, you know, it's kind of the building the wings. There are some guys that do procedural wing building. Kind of makes this a whole lot different. But, you know, kind of building your ideal wing. Maybe a little bit. Okay, and then maybe, how about is this long enough? Maybe this one is long enough. Let's try this long one. There we go. Nope. Structural type C. Nope. Structure type A. No, I want something a little bit smaller than that. B smaller. No, B's too big. I think D's probably the kind of one I want. And hey, we've got a very small block one. Let's see. Let's see. No, that's a bit of a big one. I want a really tiny little block one. Maybe if what we're thinking, maybe just turn this just kind of a little bit. Okay, so it's got kind of that little ramp thing. No. What we also want to do is possibly have big SSTO. No, we don't want that. Do we want... Those are too big. How about these guys? How about those? Alright, so the fuel is still there. Oh, but this actually, because I'm thinking now what I'm going to do, we want to kind of, if we're going to have to put some of sort of control. We put that control over there. And we kind of move that. I see that's shifted it back. So what we're going to do with this one is take this one and just shift it a little bit forward. And maybe this one just... This shift the whole wing forward. Alright. And then maybe just do... Have we got tiny little ones? Nope, those are big. Oh, no, big ones. Let me sort by size. And I am going to use the rotation tool. Just bring this around. Okay, so we've got some nice sort of control over there. And that's looks sort of okay. I mean, you've got your two fuel engines. But those guys, which will obviously go in first, they are collecting air. I just don't know if it's going to be enough air. Now, as it burns up fuel, so as those fuel burns up, our weight is going back. Right, so what we're going to do maybe is we are going to give it kind of some weight inside there, because you know it's going to be taking up a load. So let's try this. Give it a docking port. So where is the docking port? We swap a name. And we yep. Let's see now. Okay, maybe just like a little fuel tank. Maybe we can just add some fuel tanks to it. And that should be plenty of weight. Where are the fuel tanks? There we go. Let's see. Let's just take something a little bit more weight, maybe. Nope. This one should be fine. Okay, so as this fuel goes down, you see it's, I mean, that looks good. That looks fairly good. What we're also going to do, just open this. We're going to need some batteries in here, I think. And let's see, what else can we do? Maybe we could just okay, so that's lots of battery power. That's a lot of battery power. Maybe we can do some. Let's see. Okay, so when it's kind of in space, it can collect fuel. Alright, so there we go. When I collect fuel, it can do stuff. Alright, but first of all, I am just going to pop off to the bathroom quick. I'll be right back. Have a look. Alright, so we're back. Alright, so we've got kind of this. This is kind of our little SSTO design. Alright, so we want to give it some wheels. So let's see, what have we got? Medium landing gear. Do we want that, or do we want small landing gear? Okay, maybe small landing gear at the front. And what we want to do, maybe medium landing gear at the back. But what you want to do this, you want to have this kind of pretty much by the, what is it, by the center of mass. You know, because when it pulls up, you want kind of that fulcrum thing to happen. If I put it about there, that's kind of on it, but I don't want it to flip over too much, so I'm just going to move it a little bit back. How's that looking? No. We also want to bring this to be straight. I mean, okay. Let's call this SSTO Mark 1. So this should be okay. Right, now other things we want to do is we want to change those to be for just yaw. These you want to have for pitch and roll. These for pitch and roll. And these kind of, yeah, pitch and roll as well. Alright, now the other thing we want to do is maybe with the action groups. So let's call it 4. 4 would be to okay, so 4 is kind of so let's see, take those and we are going to toggle the engines. So that would be air engines. No, let's make this 3 instead. Air. Okay, so you got air engines. And 4 is going to be rocket. Okay, we've got to take those out. Now with the rockets, also got these guys, and you want to, oh no, let's do it with air engines, because once you turn off the air engines, take the air engines, want to take those, and you also want to toggle those. Okay, so there you go. So if I had 3, I'm in air engines. What's the action group model using? It's called Advanced Action Groups, or Action Groups Extended. If you type in KSP, that's a list of all the mods and that I'm using. So it's Action Groups Extended. It's really good. You know, it gives you a lot more action groups. Much easier to set them up. Plus, you can set them up while in flight. So you kind of, you're up the rocket and say, oh, I really wish I had an action group for my, what do you call it? Things. Solar panels. You've got that. Just add it in. No problem. Okay, so 3 is going to be my engines. 4 is my rockets. Don't need those. Okay, 4 is the rockets. Okay, so that works. That works. Alright, so let's try see if this SSTO actually does work. I mean, all these can go at the same time. Don't really need to stage it. Oh, one more thing I wanted to add in. I want to add in, where is it? Just put a engineer thing over here. And close. Right, so let's save this. Who have we got flying? Jeb can fly. Jeb and Bill. Okay, so this is going to be our first attempt at doing an SSTO. Clear runway. Oh no! Oh no! What I did, those flags, I think they were still on the runway, so I might need to redo the flags. I should, when the runway's got the slopes. Yeah, it's got the slopes. I need to put it out there just off the slope. Okay, but again, this isn't an issue. Let's see, are those open? Okay, there we go. That's open. It's open. Okay, and those. Okay, so those are off now. All right, there. Okay, so everything's set up to go. Right, turn on SAS. Let's see if this baby flies. And. Ooh. Wow. Ooh. Okay. That is a problem. Oh, it's a tough little craft. Okay, we have a problem. We have a problem. Let's revert that and try that again. I do foresee a problem happening. And try it one more time. Oh, those look really cool. We are going fast. Let's give it a gentle. Okay, there you go. See? Alright, so this is not working out well. So let's revert to... Oh, you know what? Let's see. That's not going well. We need some sort of control at the beginning. Okay, so let's revert the flight to the space hangar. Let's have another look. And this is, I mean, this is the thing with SSTOs. They can be really tricky. You know what I'm thinking? Maybe give it some sort of control at the top. Nods. Let's see. Main wing. Flat tail fins, no. See, what you definitely want that control at the front. It's kind of like there's too much lift happening. So maybe we want to bring the lift back a bit. Why don't we do that? If we can bring the lift back a bit behind it. There we go. Let's try like that. All it did was adjusted the wings back a bit. Now we're probably going to want to bring these. We're going to want to bring the wheels a little bit forward. Right, so let's try this. Again, minor adjustment. But let's see if this makes a difference. So we bring the lifting behind the center of mass. Save, and that's the only adjustment we've made now. So let's see how this flies. If it will fly. Or if it will do what it did last time. Alright, so come on SAS. What we're going to do is hit that, turn off those, let this go, and maybe pump up some more. Pull up a bit. Ah, there, look at the difference. And we can put the gear away. Look at that difference. Right, so we're going to head up. Now, you can see the amount of air intake I'm pulling in there. So we want to go till the air intake starts kind of dipping. Well, you see I'm putting up a lot of speed already in kind of the low atmosphere. Let's actually slow this down. Whoa. Let's slow this down a bit. As you can see, look there, terminal velocity, you want to kind of, as soon as you go above the terminal velocity, I mean the terminal velocity is increasing. Hey, Mikhail Gorda, how you doing? Let me see, let me put you on the chat there. So this is kind of our first attempt at this SSTO. So we could probably increase the speed. Our speed is below the terminal velocity at the moment. So we are attempting our very first SSTO. And we just made up a design and we are getting up to a good height. I mean, the idea is I'm good. Oh yeah, I mean, this game, it looks absolutely great with, you know, the Eve and Scatterer and pretty much alright, so yeah, so Yeah, we're still climbing. We still got plenty of air available. Because what we want to do is you want to get as high as you possibly can while you can still get air. Sorry, I think it might be a little bit too loud. You want to get as high as you can while you can still get air, a good air intake, so you can go as fast as you can before you kick in the rocket engines. Yeah, the 1070 is a great card, but when you're running on Windows Anniversary Edition, I was getting a lot of blue screens with the latest drivers. So I'm actually on the 268 drivers, the 268 series drivers. Right. Oh, my speed's decreasing. So 20 kilometers, my speed is decreasing. So what I'm doing is I'm changing my dive angle. I'm kind of flattening out, and I'm going to try and push the speed as fast as I can. I don't want to start sinking. I want to keep going. Where's our? There we can see our forces. Oh, you can see drag over there. Yeah, we pretty much diving. I think 20 was too high for this thing. Yeah, anniversary edition, the anniversary update, the Windows 10 anniversary update, that totally screwed my card up. I was getting constant blue screens until I tried a whole lot of different drivers, a whole lot of different things. I reinstalled Windows from scratch, but the anniversary update just screwed things up completely. So then I've still got the anniversary update, and I moved back down to driver edition 268.80, and that worked a lot better. Right, so there we go, look at this. What's happening? Okay. Now, so I am increasing speed, but I don't know if this is going to cause it to blow up. It's getting really hot. I might have to just slow this down a bit. Okay, look at this, heating up the plane completely. Okay, and that's slowing down my speed. What? So maybe if I full speed and now just tilt up at a 45 degree. If I can head this up. Get into thinner atmosphere. Engage the rockets. And it's also my air's okay, so, and there's the air, it's gone. So this thing didn't work with the air at all. So we pretty much oh yeah, KSP's not really too bad on the GPU, to be honest. KSP's not too shabby on the GPU. But so going up. Okay, so this kind of this air thing just didn't work. It got a certain height and then those engines cut off. I'm not sure why that is. Might try different engines. I mean, the air intake was good, but look, if I put those engines on, oh, no air. How's it going? You see, we're not getting anywhere near space. Basically, our speed was too low. Our speed was much too low. Nope, nothing's overclocked at the moment. Yeah, and that's all the fuel gone. Oh, you know what I should do? Okay, so it doesn't really need a lot of fuel over there. Silence. Alright, so we only got to 50 kilometers. So there's something going on here that we're not quite sure of. And look how happy they are. They're so happy. Alright, so we need to go back and try change designs. What I'm thinking is maybe swap one of these guys out for a liquid fuel thing, because it tends to burn a lot more than that. And that will give us more rocket fuel. It's 50 kilometers. It really is not that great. You want to get it to 70, that's space. Yeah, 70 is space. So really, this is pretty abysmal. But again, it's our kind of first attempt. What we do have is we are carrying some fuel over here. What I could do, oh, it's used all that fuel. Okay, so now what I can do is I can engage those. Oh wow, we are definitely heating this up. Let's bring the nose up to try to slow us right down. I've also got this great little mod, which is kind of what it does. It's, you see, I've got the kind of, it puts you kind of in. It puts you in the, what do you call it? Sort of navigator thing. It's, what is that mod called? Okay, we're back into powered flight. I actually don't need it at the moment because we're just fooling around. But I mean, this does actually fly quite nicely. This does fly quite nicely, so just got to make some changes. We're going to head off towards land. I could always just revert, but let's see if we can actually land this thing. Oops. We're not going to land in the proper thing. That's going to take a while to get back. Just gonna see if we can find some flat land to land them over there. See, Jeb's having fun, Bill, not so much. Oh, there's land there, I think. Alright, so what are the changes that we're going to need? Lots of fuel left in here. So that fuel is not a problem. This fuel is a problem. Definitely need more oxidizer. Whoa. You can definitely put up a lot of speed on this thing. That's for sure. We can put up speed at low altitudes. Got to be able to put up speed at high altitudes. So yes, sort of incoming land. We're gonna just try see if we can land this without killing our crew. Oh, you always have the good old revert. But what we're doing is we're starting small first, and then we're gonna look at going larger. Actually surprised how this actually on our first attempt this actually did quite well, and it's flying nicely. Yeah, it's a really stable flight, so I'm not unhappy with this. Well, not totally. I'm thinking these rockets might be a little bit on the soft side. Sure. I definitely like this when it's full power. That looks so good. Look how it's just absolutely punching through the terminal velocity. Again, a lot of strain, a lot of effort, not really needed. So bring this like way down. Okay, maybe we can land on that kind of beach area there. Oh. I'm thinking about landing maybe that area. Again, we've never really landed this thing, so we don't even know how this thing flies. I mean, how it would actually perform with the landing. Right, so pretty low to the ground. Wow. Just literally hovering the ground there. Okay, so let's... Alright. Probably going a little bit too fast. Probably just a fraction too fast. Like about 100 meters per second too fast. Oh, come on. Well, it kind of worked up until we lost the front landing gear. Alright, so back to the space plane hangar. that didn't work as well. Alright, so what do we want to do? Let's take this off. Oh, jeez, this is this whole thing. We've got this whole thing attached. Okay, so take that off. That off. Alright, so let's replace this with... Can we do this? Maybe like that. Okay. And right, this. Throw this on there. And that's what we originally had. And what we're going to do is we're going to take these, pump these into that. Alright, let's look at this again. Okay, that kind of looks alright. So that gives us more fuel over there. Now, question is, engine-wise. Alright, so this is the turbo ramjet. This will give us highly advanced turbo, using space-grade materials for high performance. It's designed bleeds air around the compressor at the high speed to allow for maximum speed at regular. Right. Alright, so this one, look at this. Engine Mach 2.5. Mach 3. I think these engines are right. That's given us more fuel to this section. Do we want to... I mean, these are... Let's actually just do this. These guys over here. That. What other changes do we want to make? I'm thinking... Let me check this back. I've just given more fuel to the central engine. Do we want to increase that thrust? I don't think we need to do any more. I don't think we need to do any more kind of think this is alright. We just need to find a way to get this more air coming in. Oh, what's this? Max thrust 180. Oh, okay, get rid of this. These guys here. Okay, engine ISP 290 and 340. 85 and 345. So these one will work much better in atmosphere. That's probably a better idea. We changed those engines. I'm thinking, can we move this forward a bit? And move the wings back a bit. How's that? Probably want to bring the... Oh. Probably want to bring these just a bit out. And bring this in. So the lift is just below the center of mass, just behind at least, which is kind of what you want. The wheels are just about on the center of mass, which is good as well. What I also want to do is change this to disable crossfeed. So it shouldn't pull the fuel in from there. Alright, so let's try this again. See what happens. Oh, let's just check our action groups. Rocket. And we want toggle. Okay. And what I'm also going to do... Nope. Alright, there we go. So, save this and let's try again. Let's see how we can do it this time. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to try get to, let's call it about 17 kilometers and then try get as fast as we can. Okay, and start the engine. Right, we're not going full power yet. Don't need to. And let's gear up. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to try get to probably about 15 or so. This is our speed. Maybe get to about 15 kilometers. So we get to about 15 kilometers and then we're going to flatten out and try get as fast as possible, and then we're going to do the lift. No. That's not working. Need to pick up some speed. Our speed was actually dropping. which was not good. There we go. There, it's picking up speed now. It's actually a nice looking plane. Okay, so we're well below terminal velocity. Have I got something that tells me it's Kerbal engineer? So this is still just getting up to let's see. How to put this? So it's telling us our flow of the air coming in there. Oh, this is not actually telling me the intake, but I can have a look at what's going on with the actual engine over there. And we're definitely going. We want to get up higher. Obviously, we want to keep the flow so that it's still getting enough air. We're watching that. I think that's what happened last time when we flamed out. So it's still getting air. Well, let's flatten this out. Yes, that's exactly how I did the main wings. So, look at look at that. Look at the air. It's kind of still getting. Alright, we're already 23. We're way too high. What we're going to do is we're going to try to keep this. Okay, it's putting in air now. We're going to try to keep this going and try to pick up as much speed as possible before doing the big tilt. Hi, Bethrow Gaming. We are trying to build an SSTO. Right, so let's. I'm by no means an expert in SSTOs. I understand the principle of them. Okay, so yeah. So 23 was too high. We want to maybe 18. Yeah. Ah, there we go. If we can keep this stable and build up speed, so there you go. But this is working well at like 17 kilometers. Now what we're doing is we're building up as much speed as we can now, and maybe with a slight increase in height. There we go. The Whiplash turbo ramjets. Alright, so look at our speed. It's still increasing. Our air intake is still good. Now our speed's starting to kind of, we've reached the maximum. So what I'm going to do is I am going to turn on the spikes and push us up. Alright, now the other engines are going to cut off soon. So let's cut them off. Oh shit, wrong one. Damn it. Okay, so now it's doing the spikes and we are heading up. So remember last time we got to 50 Ks. This time 61, 63. Alright. 70. We are hitting space. We are hitting space. And let's... There we go. We haven't got into orbit. Oh, we're out of fuel. We're out of fuel, but we got to like 122, so let's have a look. How do I start an orbit? Oh, okay. You're typing. Alright, we go. Blocking, I can show you that. Oh, so look at that. We've got it to space, but we haven't got it. You know, we don't have enough fuel for orbit. What I do. What I can do is I can take this. And I can, let's see, Alt, and pump. Yep. That's not letting me transfer. Weird. I built a rocket trying to start a space station. Yes, I think we could do that next time. Definitely. Okay, so it's not going to transfer. Pump is on. Oh, pump is on. Actually, you know what I can do? What I do is just enable crossfeed. Okay. And I can close this again. But yeah, we've actually got ourselves into space. And there you go. Okay, so that's single stage to space. I have 30 minutes. Okay. All right, well, what we'll do is let's just go down there and let's just show blocking how to do the orbit things. Alright, so let's kind of actually, you know what I could do? I could actually show you over here. See, blocking, what you do is once you got this kind of trajectory, you click on there, you add a maneuver, and you pull it out so that both of these are above 70. And that would kind of be your orbit, right? And it would tell you at that stage how long to burn and stuff like that and what direction. Oh, this is Korea. This is Korea. So let me just release. What we're going to do is we'll just, after this, we'll just But I've also made it kind of difficult for myself. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, crapola, crapola. Where's Jeb? Jeb's dead, baby. Jeb's dead. Alright, this. Oh, we just lost Jeb and Bill. I think it's time to revert. Damn it! It was nice. It was nice while it lasted. But let me actually just show blocking quickly. What I'll do... I don't know if I've got the Werner engines yet. Oh, you mean these guys? Anyway, let me show blocking how to do the orbit quickly. Since he asked. Oh, I haven't really used the Werner engines. They just seem like normal engines. Right, so let's just... Right, so what we want to do is we want to get ourselves into orbit. We're just going to build a little guy to go into orbit. So we're just going to build a really simple rocket to do that. Command pod with a parachute. Where's the parachute? There's my parachutes. Oh, there you go. Parachute. We want to give him a heat shield. Okay. Then we want to give it the different stages. So let's give it that one there. I would say kind of orbital, the orbital part. Let's do that one. It's going to give it a stronger engine than I normally do. Give it a T30. What I'm going to also do is I'm going to give him just a little bit of sass. Yeah, which I'm using. But I want to show you just how, just for blocking, I just want to show him a simple way. Blocking, are you using a PlayStation or are you using PC? Because that's important. A PlayStation doesn't have the ability to have the mods and stuff like that. Right, now if you look over here, I've got a Delta V map. PC. Okay, so you can have mods. So one of the mods I've got here is Kerbal Engineer. Right, which is really good. It tells you a lot of information. Alright, so, and one of the things I just posted in chat, the link, it tells you kind of the delta V required. Now the delta V is kind of a change of velocity. So to get into low Kerbal orbit, it's about 3,300. Best case scenario, 3,300. I try and look at that as being 3,500, giving myself a little bit extra. So we want to build a craft that's got at least 3,500. Okay. So what we're gonna, so at the moment, just that stage gives me 1,500. So now we need to continue to add things. Okay, this. Yeah, Kerbal Engineer is, in my opinion, a must-have. Precise maneuver is definitely a good thing. Oops, no, that should be done there. Precise maneuver is a good thing, but Kerbal Engineer is a must-have. Alright, so let's see, what have we got here? Okay, so that's not quite 3,400. So let's add another fuel tank. And okay, that's 3,800. Right, that's plenty. But look at that number there. 1,300. Sorry, 1.3. You want to aim to get that to be about 1.4. Right, so 1.4 is what you... So not 1.4, 1.7 is kind of the ideal number there. So what we're going to do is we are going to give it some rocket boosters. Yeah, I mean, and this is why I've got it in compact mode. It tells me my total delta V, and it tells me my thrust to weight ratio. And that should actually be thrust to mass ratio, but, you know, some people will have a whole big issue about that. And let's see now, these hammers. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to take this and we're going to make 4 of them. And we're going to burn them at the same time over there. Alright. Now, I mean, I've got tons of things. And look at that, 3.79. Too much. Actually, you know what? I only actually really need 2 of them. So let's do 2. Okay, so still a lot, but it's 2.97. 2.95. Don't need that much. So you right click on the rocket, you thrust limiter down until you get to that 1.7 mark. And there we go. Okay, so this craft is very capable of reaching orbit. Very simple craft, very capable of reaching orbit. So let's call this Blocking's orbit. Alright, so we're ready to go to orbit now. Oh, you know what I forgot to put on? Actually, oh, don't need it. Alright. Alright, so what we're going to do is number 1, you toggle SAS. Number 2, you press Z to pop that up to max. And then you start going. Now what I do is I wait until this gets to about 60 meters per second. Then I do a sport turn so that it starts doing the gravity turn. And the rocket's going to naturally fall over with gravity as it goes up. It's doing this natural fall over thing. Ideally what you want is when this reaches this line, this 90 line, you want it to be at about between 10 and 15 kilometers in the air. Now the thing with Kerbal Engineer is you can see what height you're reaching without having to flick like that the whole time. Okay, get rid of those. Okay, and look at that. We're almost at 15 and we're pretty close to that line. So this is a fairly good launch. I mean, I know it's not the ideal launch and other people have different methods and stuff like that. But this is kind of the way I tend to do it. Alright, so we're still going up. And our upper abscess is still rising. And we're just following the prograde. I mean, I'm not actually turning the rocket. I'm just following the prograde. That's that circle. I'm just keeping our rocket turned within that circle. And look at that. 70, so we're hitting space. And when it gets to 100, for 100 orbit. Stop there. Okay, so there's 104. Alright, so now what I do is I go up here and I go onto this upper axis. I create a maneuver and I pull prograde so that you get 98 and 104, maybe just a little bit. 103, 104. So that's a nice circular orbit. And what it tells me is it says, gives me a little indicator over here, and it says a 19-second burn. So what that means is by the time I hit the node, I need to burn that much to get us into orbit. Oh yeah, I mean, to be honest, I haven't really worried about that. That's kind of for efficiency. And I haven't really worried too much with efficiency. Now, when it says 19-second burn, you can't do 19 seconds of that much delta V at that point. So you normally divide that by half. So you start, in this case, 10 seconds before this counter gets to 0. So T minus 10 seconds, that's when you start the burn. The Kerbal engineer does all that working out for me. It in fact says 9 seconds before the burn and a 16-second burn or 17-second burn, because it calculates as you're burning, it's using your fuel. Oh yeah, that does happen, but it's kind of, by keeping it at 1.7, you tend to avoid a lot of that. So we're just waiting for this timer to count down. You can see where I am. I'll just move it so it's easier to see. And we're just waiting for the timer to count down. Okay, so according to this, 9 seconds before. So at 9 seconds before, boom. I'm firing. I'm watching this delta V go down, keeping it on that node. I'm not even looking what it's doing outside. When this reaches 0, and just a little more, and okay, let's have a look. Remove this, and look at that, 104 and 106, and I'm in orbit. That's orbit. I'm in a stable orbit. That's it. That's all going to orbit really is. I mean, I made it look kind of easy. And it is once you've done it a few times. Oh, this is a pilot skill. This is pilot skill. Jeb's level 2 pilot. So Jeb's a level 2 pilot. Alright, so yeah, we are now in orbit. Quite happily floating around. I'll be in orbit until I decide I don't want to be in orbit. This is staying up there for forever. Until I decide there is no decaying orbits because I'm above. Yeah, so this is what you do before you go anywhere. If you go to the moon, if you go to Minmus, if you go to other planets, number one step is always get yourself into a stable orbit. And usually it's 100 by 100. Now there is another thing that's pretty good. What you've got is, yeah, as long as it's above 70 kilometers, 70 kilometers is when you hit space on Kerbal. Anything above that is in orbit. I tend to always go at 100 by 100 because you've got that distance to either lower your orbit or raise it. You know, if you're doing a rendezvous with other craft. Now, the cool thing that you've got is, say for example, you want to circularize. With this precise maneuver, it's got this little button that you hit circularize orbit. And it works out what you need to do. So it says, in order to circularize, I've got to burn 1.8 prograde and radial. It set everything up for me. And if I do this exactly as it says, I will be in exactly a circular orbit. So let me show you something over here. Let's go into a completely wacky orbit. I'm just going to burn out. Alright, so there we go. We've got 202 kilometers by 106 kilometers. Still in orbit. Nothing's going to fall. Everything is fine. I mean, this is a fine orbit. There's no problem with this orbit. Oh, okay, yeah. What I do? Alright, so this is, yeah, it's funny. It's 106 by 200. Nothing wrong with it. But say you want to circularize it, add a maneuver. I'll move it over here so you can see. Now this is what's cool about precise maneuver. So what we want to do is on the periapsis. There, I've moved it to the periapsis. Okay, I want to now circularize it, and that makes it so it's exactly the same. And this tells me what I need to burn. So I will just move this over here. How much fuel have I got left? Okay, yeah, I've got plenty of fuel. Alright, so it tells us we need to do a 1.1 second burn at that time. Okay, so I've marked it to that little blue thing, which is kind of the maneuver node. Use time warp to get up close. Okay, now you see the numbers that they give is for full burn, but I'm not going to do full burn. I'm going to start maybe about 5 seconds before and just going to use a little burn, not a full burn. Alright, and okay, so now 5 seconds before, I'm just using a small burn to try to spread it over that distance. Done. Alright, and look at that. I brought my orbit back from 106, 107. I mean, that's pretty circular. Probably just do it. Um, 106. 106. There you go. 106, 106. Basically, 500 meters difference between these two. To my lowest point, the periapsis, my highest point, the apoapsis. I mean, manually done, that is a great circular orbit. You wouldn't want to change a thing with this. But yeah, but blocking, the thing about this game is don't expect to get the stuff right the first time. It takes a lot of practice. And you're going to fail, and you're going to fail often. And every time you fail, look at why you failed. Try to figure out, what did you do wrong? Did you turn too much? Did you burn up too much fuel in the atmosphere? Is your rocket design need some tweaking and stuff like that? You know, and I mean, that's the thing. When you finally succeed, the sense of achievement you get in this game is really awesome. There are very few games that give you that sense of achievement getting something right. Alright, now this is Kerbal Africa. We've got our thing there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try land on the Kerbal center. So I'm going to add a maneuver here, and I'm going to burn retrograde, which will cut my orbit. Okay, now this little thing that I've got is called trajectories, which is a great little mod. It works out with your atmosphere where it predicts your land. Now, because everything moves 1,600 kilometers high. Okay, that is a high orbit. Right, so let's just, the Earth is going to move, so let's kind of aim over there. Alright, so there we go. So this is going to be a 2-second burn. And okay. Let's see. Okay, so here we go. Alright, so we wouldn't burn, so we can try kind of change our, lower orbit so it actually hits the planet. So it kind of goes below 70 kilometers, which would take us into the atmosphere. Well, I mean, payloads of that, it's all about building a rocket to take that payload and stuff like that. But as long as that's just what's great about Kerbal Engineer, as long as your Delta V works. Did that too much. Let's just increase. I'm busy talking and not concentrating. Alright, that should be alright. So let's delete this. Okay, so that's the prediction. Just off the coast. So hopefully with the Kerbal revolving, I should come down on whatchamacallit. I love MechJeb. I think MechJeb is great, and there's certain things about MechJeb I absolutely enjoy. The problem with MechJeb is it is a great learning tool. If you're not sure how things are done, look at MechJeb and stuff like that. But in all honesty, I find it easier to do this stuff myself than use MechJeb. I find it easier to do the rendezvous, to do the docking, to do everything myself without using MechJeb. MechJeb does do it, but it uses a hell of a lot of RCS when it's doing docking and stuff like that. But it's really good to see what it actually does, to learn how to do things. But yeah, I don't mind MechJeb at all. I mean, it is kind of, MechJeb is more realistic. Let's put it that way. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to lose this rocket. So I don't need it anymore. The engine. Because I've set my way down. So I don't need this anymore. This is just going to, oh, you see, look what's happened. Can I use the Werner engine? Okay, I've never really used it, but let me have a look at it. Right, so let's just high speed this. And there I hit the atmosphere. Right, and you're just going to keep this on keep this on retrograde so that your heat shield. Oh. Yes. Don't try to turn your thing while you're on acceleration. There we go. What you can always do is you can press 11 and you can see how the heat distribution is happening as well. So you can see my heat shield is taking all the heat. And F12 will show you where the drag is. When the parachute is red, don't deploy it. Oh, okay. Okay. I've never actually used the Verna engine, but if it's like, oh, isn't it the RCS one? You have to turn on RCS to actually use it. You have to hit that R button to turn on the RCS to use it. Yeah, I should start using them. Okay, so there you go, blocking the. Your problem is you're probably not turning on RCS, which is that one, the little green thing. You see that little green thing there, and you toggle that by pressing R. So if I press R, it turns on RCS. Now this craft has got no RCS. Something crashed. All right, so yeah. Once we got rid of that big rocket, it changed us completely. So we're falling well short of Kerbal Kennedy, which is over there. And I can actually turn off SAS now as well. Searching should be fine. See, it's lowering the speed, and now it's okay. Now it's safe to deploy the parachute. And okay, and there, Jeb's gone to orbit, and Jeb has come home. All in a day's work for Jeb. See? Get out and go. Okay, Jeb, what do you do when you get off home? You jump and go, way! Happy he is. Alright, can he take a surface sample? Going to take that. He's going to get an EVA report. He'll come back in his little craft. And he's going to take a crew report. And he's going to recover his vessel. Done. Yeah. Now with Kerbal Engineer, what's so cool about it? I see I just got 12 sounds from that one. Well, have you got fuel? If you don't have fuel, that's not going to help either. Oh, for the science, yes. X science is great. All right, so let's okay, blocking. What we're going to do is let's use the same craft that we got over here, because this was a pretty good craft. And let's put on the Verna engines. Where are they? Verna. Oh no, that would be under control, wouldn't it? Fair enough. Okay, so let's put on... Okay, so here we got some burner engines. Okay, that kind of works. Right, this time we're going to send up Valentina. Okay, so we place all of the burner engines. Not sure how well they're going to work. I've never actually used them before, to be honest. Ew. And let's launch this. Yeah. I used to love Science Alert. Since Science Alert, I've requested the two windows on the left. You mean on this screen or back in the wait a minute. Let's revert to assembly. Hey everyone. Where is me? Okay, I'm going to move that way. Ooh. And you are referring to the two windows that are right there, aren't you? Those two windows. Yeah, it should be still on. Yeah, everybody's watching a VOD. Let me actually show you. Don't freak me out, because it happens that sometimes I don't know that the stream stopped. So he's probably trolling me. All right. So blocking. You're talking about these? No, I can see it. It's fine for me. Yeah, so blocking. Are you talking about these two windows over here, where my mouse is? I do, Frog. I do. On some rockets, I use it. I think these might be part of Kerbal Engineer, actually. Oh, this one. Engineer's report. Yeah, so this gives you the 4 bottom ones for parts. Oh, you mean these guys? Oh, okay. Oh, up here. At the top, you mean? These ones. Okay, this is called, this is a mod. It's Blizzy's Toolbar. Or are you talking about these ones? Oh, well, we'll go through them. Okay. These ones are part of the normal building things. Middle. Oh, these? There's a whole lot. Each one of these is kind of the parts separated into various things. Like this is colonization. This is the freight system, which are all kind of mods. This one is EVA. This is robotic parts. So, for example, I can. Alright, so let me I'll show you. Like for example, I've got something over here. Where was it? Elu? No, not the Elu love sets. It was Moho Express. Okay, so let me load this one. Yeah, these are all from mods. And what I've done... Oh, so I got a pretty big rocket here. Let me actually just delete the fairing. Alright, so you can see what this rocket does is it fires off. You've got 2 landing probes. You've got a polar satellite. And you've got a little rover. Okay. Now the thing is they're all tightly packed. So what I did is I used Infernal Robotics, which is kind of, you can make a whole lot of robotic items. And the idea of this was, once this gets up into the atmosphere, I do that and it unfolds. And then I can fire off each of these things without it clipping or causing a problem with anything else. So for launch, it's all folded up so that fairing can cover them nicely. There are, like, I've got another one. Where was it? It was the moon station. Hey JLP. Now the moon station was another one. Let me delete this fairing. The moon station was another one. This is my sort of space crane, which I use to deliver parts to the moon. And what it does is it unfolds to give a nice wide base. Now, setting something like that sort of up, it's crazy because you would have to have this like really huge fairing and stuff like that. So instead, I fold it up. Move to default. Instead, I fold the whole thing up. Yeah, just for the initial launch. And yeah, and this way, to make like big interstellar vessels, you might launch the thing folded up, and then as you get to space, it kind of goes and unfolds. Let me move my big head back to where I normally am. So that's kind of one of the mods, Infernal Robotics. Oh, Foible, behave yourself. Alright, so let's go back. So mean to me. Blocking's orbit. Okay. So let's go back to that Verna thing. So now we've put Verna engines on this. Never used them before. So mean. So mean. So let's get this guy into space. Oh, there's no music playing at the moment. Alright, so so we're launching. And how do I merge rockets? And then I want to build another one so I can make a big ass space station. Alright, look at, when you're building a big ass space station, what you want to do is you want to send it up in parts. Oh, blocking, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Alien Army. I didn't know if Twitch Alerts was going to work because Twitch Alerts has now become stream something or other. Streamlabs. I wasn't sure how the things were going to work. What you want to do with the big ass space station is you want to launch up your space station in parts and then dock them together, because to try and launch a big one is really difficult work. You need massive rockets and things like that, so you kind of divide it into sections and build it in space. And to do that, you would give them docking ports, and you use smaller rockets and get them into orbit, and then do a rendezvous to get them talking to each other. Okay, so what are you talking about? How'd you get them to rendezvous? Oh, yeah, but okay, I'm not sure. Are you trying to launch it as one big thing? Or are you trying to launch it in separate parts and then build it in space? Alright, there's at 100. Oh, look here, once you've got it in orbit, okay, so like for example this guy, so what I'm going to do is add a maneuver. I am going to go to the upper axis. I'm just going to hit that circularized thing. It will do all that for me, nice and easy. Let me just get this into orbit, and once it's in orbit, it's stable.
Welcome to the Alien Army.
Oh, 168307494. Welcome to the Alien Army. That is a bizarre username. That definitely is a bizarre. Is that a real username, or is that just Twitch alerts being stupid? Alright, so what I'm doing is, okay, I'm getting this one into orbit, and then I'll show you what you then do. Okay, so once this one is in orbit, where is he? Yeah, I think that could have been. So it's 58 seconds, 56. We want to start burning about 10 seconds, 9 seconds before. I don't know. It said 168 something or other. I couldn't get into the website earlier. It wasn't connecting with Twitch. What I'm just going to do is get this guy into orbit, and then I can have a look. And done. A little bit more. All right, there we go. So look at that, 100 by 98. Maybe give him just a tiny fraction bit. 100 by 100. Perfect orbit. Yeah, let me have just see if I can get into this. This wasn't allowing me to log in. I haven't been able to actually get into. Finally it's worked. I'm not sure who that was. If I do a test one, yeah, it's not telling me who just. Oh, there it is. User 168 307 494. No idea. Anyway, okay, so let's actually have a quick look at this one. We just want to see the Werner rockets. Okay, so we've got Werners on here. Okay, moving is nothing. Now, if I turn on RCS, there, look at that. So there, you see the Werners are working. The Werners are working just by turning on RCS. You see, that's how my Werners are working. No problem. You just need to turn on that RCS button. How has this affected my 100 and 140? You see those, they're very strong, those Werners. It's actually increased my orbit by 14 doing that little spin. Alright, so I'm going to leave Jeb up here in space. Then I'm going to go down to the Space Center. So you've built one part of your station. Okay. Oh, I think I've got another one actually. Yeah, I haven't bought any new. Let me actually have a look. Rescue Lugan. Sure, why not? You know, that's actually... Where is Lugan? Let's have a look. Just where is he? Lugan's wreck. He's at altitude of 85. You know what? Rescuing Lugan is a perfect example to show how to do a rendezvous. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and just bring this Kerbal back down. Alright, yeah, so let's do this rescue. Rescue Lugan is kind of the same sort of thing as building a space station. You're doing the rendezvous. You want to get yourself close together. So this is actually a good example to use. So what I'm going to do... Hey, Thorshram! Thank you for the follow and welcome to the Alien Army. Alright, so what I'm going to do... I'm just going to make a slight change here. I am putting on a probe over there. Then I am going to okay, because it's going to be doing rendezvous and stuff like that. Let me put a battery. In fact, let me put 2 batteries. And I'm going to put two panels. Alright, so we've got lots of power. Alright, now what I'm also going to do is change the route node to be that one. We don't need a pilot for this because we're using a probe. Alright, so we are going to go rescue Lugan. Now imagine Lugan is part of your space station, you know, that you want to actually meet up with. So, I'm just going to put those on just to keep this a little bit stable. So blocking orbit 2. Alright, so how do you go and get yourself into orbit? Yeah, so you're matching with another craft. Now let's just turn on. Let's have a look. So what we want to do first of all is we want to find out where is Lugan. He's our target. Now look at that. He's ahead of me. Do I want to launch now? No, because then I'm going to be chasing him. So what we're going to do is we are going to wait for him. Go all the way around. And we want him to be about at this point. So we can go up and pretty much get close to him. Alright, so yeah. Should have actually a bit sooner, but that's fine. I mean, it's good enough. It's close enough. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to launch up. As normal, we just want to get ourselves into space. Do the turn, and then it should just follow the prograde. And we did our usual thing, getting into space, no problem. So this is just as a normal launch. As normal, you can see the target is still behind us. Probably did a bit of a sharp turn, but this looks like it's going to be a pretty good launch. Yeah, pretty efficient launch. I mean, there you go. At about 12 kilometers, we're on the 45-degree thing. So far everything's going great. Oh, I just noticed my staging is a little bit wrong. I'll just remind me to fix that up. Okay, we are just going up the standard way. We are trying to get ourselves into orbit. Oh, I've got a probe. And then I've got a SAS core over there to help me with my control. So yeah, you would use a probe, and depending on what probe you use. Okay, this is a pretty not a great launch actually. Right, so we are only going to stop at 88. Right, so there we go. So look at that. There is Lugan. There is our upper apsis. We're going to be a little bit far away, but let's just make that maneuver. Add at upper apsis, circularize. So that's our first step. Is yeah, look at him. He's ahead of us. We're not going to catch him. We want to maybe be ahead of him, and that we're not going to catch him like this. So, not the worst case scenario. I mean, it's the same with the space station. Not the worst case scenario. You just want to get yourself into orbit first. That is the most important thing, because once you're in the orbit, then you're kind of like safe. That's your safe spot. Once you're in orbit, you've got plenty of time. And it's actually good that we don't. I mean, we close We're just not as close as we want to be. So we've got a 13.6 second burn. We want to start burning about 7 seconds before. And hey, Frog 352,000. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the Alien Army. And there it goes.
Welcome to the Alien Army.
Alright, and done. Alright, so let's delete this thing. Alright, so there we go. We've got our guys in space. Okay, so that's 85 and that's 88. So it's fairly circular. But now that's Lugan and we are behind it. So we want to catch up with him. Hey, Legal Dragons. So this is how it works. If you're on a lower orbit, you've got less ground to cover. So you actually catch up with people on a higher orbit. Like he's at a lower orbit. So you look at that distance. That distance is increasing away from us. So what we actually need to do is, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a maneuver here. Just to show you. What you want to do is you want to just slightly lower your orbit. But you don't want, it has to be kind of above 70. What's that? 72. Actually, we're just going to lower our orbit a little bit. Again, I can just do it now. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use the Verna engine. So if I use H, is it N? It's not. Alright, so let me just lower it. Okay, there we go. What I've just done is I've lowered myself to 74. So this is what's going to happen. Yeah. So there's the craft. It's 140 kilometers away from us. Now it's still increasing because we are on a higher trajectory, a higher orbit there. But as soon as we cross and we hit that low orbit, all of a sudden that is starting to go down. So now what I'm going to do over there at this periapsis is I want to lower this. So let's circularize. So again, just a tiny little maneuver, and that will put us in a lower orbit. And this is why you normally want to go to 100, so you've got space to do this. If you're not, at 85 and that, you really don't have a lot of maneuvering room. Right, so let's just, I can do it over here. Alright, so now our apoapsis is 75, our periapsis is 74. So that means we are completely on a lower orbit to that. So what's happening? See, look at that distance. 131. We're slowly catching up with it. And we're slowly catching up with it for the rendezvous. And you know what I better do? Before I forget. We don't want to run out of power. That would be terrible. Okay, so, and let's see, 86, 5. And look at that. Look how we're catching up with it now. Now I mean, there's other ways where you've got these things that tell you how far you are from it. Now, at that point, it will be a 68-kilometer separation. If we move past it, our next orbit, it will be an 11-kilometer separation. I mean, you can see what's happening. 66. Please, slowly catching up with it. Now you want this to go until you get to about 10 kilometers. When you get to a 10-kilometer separation, that's when you want to start moving towards it. Right, so 10. That's probably the closest we're going to get. 8 kilometers over there. So now what you do is, see it says orbit, surface, and because I've got a target, it's got the target thing. So what I want to do is slow myself down in relation to that target. So I've pretty much kind of nailed my velocity in that to that target. Then I want to move towards the target. You can see what's happening. I mean, yeah, it looks like I'm going into the ground of that, but look at the orbits changing, and I'm moving towards that target properly now. My prograde is on the target. And there we see we're getting closer and closer. Alright, so now I just want to change that, slow that down again. You want to try to keep that, actually using the wrong engine for this, I really am. And then we go onto the target. And we burn towards the target. Want to bring that prograde onto the target. Done. And again, we are moving towards the target, and you can see the distance decreasing. And look at that. See, as you're turning, that floats away. So that's why you kind of constantly doing these changes. Okay, so that's kind of floated away. It's on to increase. So again, we slow down. So that our difference between the target and us is really low. And then we head towards the target again. How much fuel I've got left? I've still got enough. And again, we are sort of coming really close to it. Yeah, I'm just going to pull it onto that vector. So from being 100 and something kilometers away, we are now speeding up. We are now less, well, we were less than a kilometer away. Let me just slow this down. And move towards this one again. Alright, and there you go. 1 kilometer counting. You want to get that 600 meters. And I mean, this is how you would do your rendezvous. It's there we go. And look at that, 410. Now what I can do is I can be prepared to retrograde as soon as we get there. Really close. And you notice I haven't used imaging or anything like that. I've just been using my tools and instruments. And let's know that velocity. Okay. Alright. 29 meters apart. And kind of it's very close to each other. So there it is. I went and now you do that with the space station and then you start the docking procedure, which is a whole different story. In this one, I don't need to. This one, I just move onto this craft. I get Lugan. Lugan's going to go EVA. He is going to EVA towards the craft. It's only... He's going towards this craft. I mean, we got to within 29 meters. Really, really close. Okay. And he's catching onto this. Oops. Grab. Oh! Okay, so what I'm going to do... Maybe swap back to this one. And I'm going to just turn this like this. Make it easier for him to get in. Okay. These lights on. Just make it easier for him to grab. And grab. And board. Boom, we've now got Lugan. So we've just rescued the Kerbal. And now all we need to do is move this thing into... Forget the target, we don't need that anymore. Into orbit. Oh, square brackets. Square brackets swap between craft that are close. So yeah, you see what I could do? By square bracket, this one is only swapping between these two because they're really close. Alright, so change this to orbit, retrograde. Now it really doesn't matter where we burn. I'm just kind of burning to...
Overlord, they are out there watching.
Hey Wickram, thanks for the host. Right, so I've just burnt up all my fuel to put myself into a sort of falling down to earth thing. I can actually get rid of this. No longer needed. And just give it a little bit of high speed. Ooh, we're going into night. Now, normally, this would look terrible. See, look at, okay, so wait till we get into something of a darker area. I mean, at the moment it looks pretty good because you've still got some light. And that kind of looks alright. Alright, but even there, you can see it's starting to get pretty dark over there. And this is where this... Oh, that would be normally... That's what it normally would look like. But using this meter, I could actually increase the ambient light. Normally I don't do it, but for streaming, so people can actually see what you're doing, definitely useful. Alright, and let's have a look. Alright, and it's going through the atmosphere. Little Lugan's coming home. But, yeah, blocking, that's kind of an easy way of... Oh, Demoba, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the Alien Army. But the, that sort of change of maneuvers, you know, and changing of the height and stuff like that is a very easy way to meet up with your thing. So what you'll do is you'll put one station pod up. What? No! No! What? How did it destroy my parachute? Lugan? Sorry, buddy. You're not going to make it. Sorry, buddy. I would deploy the parachute if I can, but because you couldn't control the craft properly, and you're a pilot, and you couldn't get the craft to not burn up your own parachute, sorry, buddy. This is not going to work out for you. Bye. See? No. I wonder, it's on. Alt F5. Oh, you can't quickly save this. Okay. That was officially our very first Kerbal death, where we've got no time warping. I did not misconfigure the parachutes. I just trusted the Kerbal flying skills to keep the heat off the parachute. So we rescued Lugan, but he didn't make it back alive. Lugan Kerman was killed. We cannot revert, but he wasn't important. We didn't need another pilot. Got plenty of pilots. Alright, so return to the Space Center. No. What you've got. Let me, there's another guy I've got to bring back. I've got to bring back Jeb. So let me show you what happened. So Jeb's still in orbit. Lugan Space Rig, I'm going to just delete this. That's just junk. Blocking's orbit. Alright, so I could F9, but who cares? it's a Kerbal. There's like plenty more where that one came from. Alright, so this is Jeb. Now what you've got here is you've got these controls. We could set Jeb to say point retrograde, and Jeb will now take it off. Jeb will now try keep this thing pointed to retrograde, and that way it's kind of like puts that before. No, the chute actually burned up. Because what happens is, look at this. Right, I'm going to F5 this one. Let's actually get to sort of light side of the planet so you can see. Okay, well, he's got to go down. He's actually running out of power. Alright, so okay, so there we go. He's going down now. No, he hasn't been weighted. He's become mystery goo. Now look what's happening. You see, I'm manually moving it onto that retrograde. I can get the Kerbal to do it by pressing this button and rely on Jeb's piloting skills. Unfortunately, that normally doesn't work out well. Okay, so if I do it like this, now what happens if these guys do it? Let me get to a part where it's starting to get burny. Okay, it's starting to get burny now. Now if I press F11, you can see the temperature. Now if they don't get kind of that nice sort of thing there, and say they do it like that. See, look at the parachute heats up. See, if I do it there, see how that parachute is heating up? So the parachute heats up. So what was happening is allowing Jeb to control. So if he was actually putting that parachute kind of, for some reason he did that, so that parachute heated up and burnt off. So now with this, I can actually see exactly where it is and make the small adjustments to keep that parachute safe. There are other ways of doing it. We can right click. There's like a temperature gauge. There's a temperature gauge mod where you can right click and see the temperature of the stuff. I am blaming the victim. It's Kerbal. Kerbals are always to blame. Always. There is no situation where it's not the Kerbal's fault. True story. Oops. Oh shit. Parachute out. Yay, and Jeb's back alive. See? I controlled the craft. I didn't rely on the Kerbal controlling the craft. That's why he made it back alive. I know, I love it. It's terrible. I'm a terrible person. I am a terrible person. Oh, you can, but I mean, with this, it's not really important with these guys. I mean, you could set the chute to open up more and stuff like that, but with these pods 1 and the defaults tend to work fine. As you go to heavier stuff, then you want to start adjusting that. But to be honest, I never really have, only when landing on Duna. Alright, so cover. Actually, now my reputation's probably taken a hit. My reputation is not what it used to be. Oh, what was... Okay. Let's have a look. Okay. Debris destroyed. Oh. Oh. We are pulling the plug on this one. It cost me 24,000 Kerbal and I lost 9 reputation for letting Lugan die. He was part of the space program crew until I killed him. I saved him, I got some money, but then I let him die. Okay, so these are all things from stage recovery. Yeah! You don't lose a lot of rep for getting Kerbals killed. Position a satellite in polar orbit of Duna. I've done that. Yeah, I haven't got a lot of stuff. I know they appear all the time. I've had to rescue people from... let's have a look at my astronaut complex. These are all the... I've only actually rescued 4 Kerbals. But look at Tracine. She's too stupid to know that she's got no courage. She's great. Tracine is awesome. Bob seems to be a smart fellow. I love this stupidity. So I've got some more guys to hire. 138,000 to hire a Kerbal. Kerbal are expensive. Kerbals are really expensive. Ooh! Bartus Kerman. He's a scientist with maximum stupidity. This is the guy I want on my team. This is the guy I want on my team. Alright, so should we continue with our SSTO? Because we did get a little bit sidetracked, didn't we? Alright, so let's wait till morning. Now I've got Kerbal alarm clocks going. Beautiful sunrise. So still 53 days. So let's continue with our trying to get our SSTO into orbit. We can get it into space. That much we can do. SSTO Mark 1. So this is our SSTO. It is actually making it into orbit. And it does take something very small, but it takes it there. Or at least this is making it into space. It's not quite making it into orbit. So I am thinking we actually need just a little bit more fuel. We just need a bit more fuel. So let's look at this. What if we remove this one? Remove this one. We put this one in. Wow. Where are you going, this thing? There we go. Just give our craft a little bit more fuel. Oh, what the hell is the thing not? Okay. Now what is our... Oh, we definitely want to move this kind of back. Let's have a look. This wants to come all the way back here. Our center of lift is still behind the center of weight, so that's good. Okay. And that gives us that whole extra fuel. Okay, so let's save this and let's try get this into orbit. Ooh, what's this? Oh, escape the gravity. Interesting. No idea. That must be one of my other crafts that are floating around doing weird stuff out there in space. Okay, so are we ready? Are we ready to rumble? Maybe put this a little bit lower. And we are... Oh, nice one, Jeb. Good takeoff. Put up the landing gear. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to click on that and we want to pin that so we can see what the air is gathering. We are doing, just increase that. Okay, terminal is 197, 198. We're still below terminal, so that's good. Again, we want to get to about 15 kilometers, and then we're going to flatten out, and we're just going to push it to as fast as we can. Maybe 18 kilometers. I can remember last time we got this into space, but we weren't able to orbit it properly. Oh look, as it's getting higher, the air intake is increasing. It's going faster. So that's good. Good news. Kerbals are flying. Looks pretty cool, doesn't it? I think we are reaching actually terminal velocity. 303, yeah, we above terminal velocity. We might want to just throttle down a tiny bit. above 10 kilometers now. Alright, so blocking. By the way, do you have any other sort of questions that you're unsure of? Things that maybe I can show you? Okay, cheers Michael. Thanks for popping in. Okay, so look at that, we are at 70 kilometers. Right, so now what I'm doing is I'm going to flatten out. I'm going to flatten out and try increase our speed. Our speed is, we want to get our speed up like as high as we possibly can. Because the higher speed we can get using jet fuel, the less work is going to be for our rocket engines. And you can see the forces. Oh, you mean the ion engine? A very, very slow engine. The ion engine is really, really slow. The ion engine is kind of used for probes. It's not something that you want to really use a lot of. And now we're heading up. Okay, and let me fire the rockets. We'll head straight up. And there is about a cutout, so cut those off. And alright, so we are hitting space. We just hit. Wow! It used all my fuel? How? How did... Okay. I forgot to connect the pipes. That was looking so good. But I forgot to connect the pipes up. Lost in space, guys. Lost in space. We are getting into space. Oh, there's always... That option always happens. Alright, so let's see. Can we... see. Why is it not giving me that option to move the fuel? That's weird. Alright, wait a minute, let's have a look. See if we can do this. Okay, so got some fuel. Let's see. Yep. Small little thing. Nope. We were not... It was not meant to be. I mean, we could try land this. See if we can come back to Earth. Should we? You guys want to try land this thing? Might as well close these engines because they're pretty much useless now. And let's see. Okay, so we pretty much hit the atmosphere here. We're kind of going to sort of go down at an angle. Hopefully we won't burn up. Let's open those engines. No, well, it's not even getting into orbit. And no, I haven't actually got a space station around Kerbal yet. The IX engine. Is the IX engine. Let me have a look at that one. Oh. Okay, so let's see, maybe I can... Can I... I'm trying to keep that heat from the cockpit. Oh no, 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 Kerbals! Don't do it! Don't do it! Roasted Kerbals! No! Pull up, pull up, pull up! Okay, we're starting to get some sort of control back. I think. We haven't quite failed yet, we're still alive. The Kerbals haven't blown up yet. Where the Kerbals haven't blown up, there's always hope. Good job, Jeb. There you go, go into the dive. Good job, Jeb. Right, give it a little bit more power. Bring it out. Isn't that power? Oh, nicely done, Mr. Jebediah Kerman. Okay, I can actually remove that now. I was slowly roasting them, but they survived. Well, you could say, well, this is the SSTS. It's not an SSTO, it's an SSTS. Single stage to space. Not orbit. probably coming down a little bit too fast. Again, we're just going to land anywhere we can. So, I mean, it's flying okay. I mean, I know you watch people like Daz with the huge ass things. I'm nowhere near that. Oh, flutter. Flutter, flutter. Oh, no. OMG! Oh, two space, landed on the ground. Yes, I did. Okay, not where I wanted it to land, but I didn't get into orbit though. So there you go. Look at that. Look at that. That is a win. What are those things there? That is a definite win. Absolutely. Absolutely. They survived. They went to space, they came home, they survived. You can't complain about that. I know you will complain about that, but you can't really. Alright, so let's recover this vessel. And let's get that hose issue sorted out. Because that's kind of... that was our killer. That hose issue was our killer. You mean Apollo 13? It was Apollo 13, not 14. Or am I getting it wrong? Alright, so... okay, so... what you could do... Alright, so should we try this again now? Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure that the one was 13. 13 was the one that they had to go around the moon, wasn't it? Thirteen was the one where they actually had... yeah, they had... because, what's his name? I don't remember his name now. Alright, now what was... now, Blocky was asking about the IX engine. No, IX engine. Look, are you referring to the ion engine? I haven't unlocked the ion engine yet in my game. Oh, okay, so I was right. Ha! I was right, you were wrong. I'm a hero, you not. Okay, so this craft works well, so we should be able to get into orbit. We should be able to get into orbit with this craft. Let's save it. Because now that we've got those sort of the tubes worked out properly. So let's try this again. And look at those flames. Those flames are sweet. Damn, it needed a shot. Yeah, Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks was in Apollo 13. I mean, what a great actor. He actually went to the moon. Oh, you know what I forgot to have? I forgot to have my coffee. Let me just pin this out here. I like the new thing where you can actually pin this stuff out. So kind of our speed's increasing. We need to just lower our climb to increase the our speed. Now speed's increasing, so that's good. Alright, so we are still climbing. We're still below terminal velocity. We want to get, at about 15 we're going to start. I keep on not doing that. I want to at 15 kind of stabilize and start going straight. What's happening is I keep going beyond that and falling. So we are putting ourselves down just to a very kind of minor climb. Here we go. Now look at our speed increasing. Terminal velocity just pushing the speed as... Oh, that's getting a little bit hot. Push up. Still increasing speed. At 20, our air intake is starting to lose. So fire up those engines and push it all the way up. And fire up these guys. Let's see. I'm not sure what else we will change in this design. I mean, we need more fuel. Maybe this will be alright. Okay, so we are about to hit the space limit. There we go. And let's stop at 80. And there we go. Okay, so at 80, add maneuver, add apoapsis, circularize, go. The Kerbals are enjoying themselves. Stop. The Kerbals are loving every minute of this. And you know why the Kerbals love it? Because chicks dig it. And we are in space. Alright, so let's increase. It's about, what is 22 seconds before. I think we've done it. I think we've actually got an SSTO. But have we got an SSTO that can return home? That is the question. That's the question, which everybody's afraid to answer. Can they return home? Perhaps he's... No, oxidizer! There we go! Okay, so we need more oxidizer. And there we go. Look at this, guys. We Oh, now we are in orbit. We have just made an SSTO that gets into orbit. Yeah. Question is, look at it. Oh, it's an 82 by 74 orbit. Now the question is, I mean, this barely made it. No, I've made them before, like a long time ago, but not with the new system. With the old system, without the heat thing, you could, like almost get up to orbital speeds at about 17 kilometers. But with the new system, you can't do that anymore. So I think this is about my first one with the new system. So, like you understand the principles of it, but not the but not the whole sort of thing of it, if that makes any sense. Okay, so what we are going to do now is we're going to try see if we can actually land this back at base. So we're going to have to burn retrograde. Okay, so I'll do it over there. Actually, maybe no, this would be maybe there is fine because I've still got the jet engine, so it could still move a bit. Oh no, isn't it? Isn't that? Isn't that the landing area? The landing area is there, isn't it? Let's have a look. Okay. You want to reset. Now, this is this cool little thing. Okay, maneuver gizmo. Alright, so okay, so now we don't want to let's do it over here then. Add maneuver. No. Delete. And maneuver here. And we want to bring it up there. We wanted to cross that area over there. That's where the Kennedy is. And then we want to bring it down. Right, maybe just a little bit. that should be fine. On it. I mean, it's going to. We'll probably need to fly back. You know, just actually fly jet power, but we won't be turning around. Right, that should be perfect. So when we get to there, we've got a little burn to do. Get ourselves all lined up. Hey, Bithrow Gaming, we got a SSTO. Now we are trying to bring it home. So let me F5 this. We've got an SSTO. Now we're trying to get home. And yeah, this precise maneuver over precise node is a hell of a lot better. It really is. It's nice. I like this one. And that was Gypsy. Gypsy on, was it Wednesday? The Wednesday? Yeah. Gypsy on Wednesday showed me. Oh. Look, he's just popped in. Hello. He's come to congratulate me on my SSTO. See? Excellent. Excellent. Alright, so it's a 6-second burn. We've got to do 3 seconds before.
Overlord, they are out there watching.
Hey, Bithrow Gaming, thank you for the host. And we are coming down. He's not Garfield, he's Cool Cat. Cool Cat is so much better than Garfield. Garfield's a poser. And he's actually not fat. He's not a fat cat. He's a nice Persian kitty. Yeah, he's got I think he's a quarter Persian. So he's very, very hairy. Everyone loves internet cats, it's true. Look, he's trying to catch my rockets. Look at him go. Catch those rockets. Catch it. Alright, so 3 seconds before. Hey, Fred. I haven't seen you for a bit. Okay, so here we go. And burn. Done. Alright, so delete this node. How are we looking? Okay, that's kind of fine. That's actually, that's all right. All right. Real work. Real work that pays the bills. That's always an important thing to do. Okay, so push this out a bit more. Done. Maybe a bit more there. Done. Okay. Wow. So let's go back to the craft. We're probably going to want to turn this around. We're going to want to put these away. We're going to want to close this. And Is there any sounds to get? Alright, and we are going to close those engines because we no longer need them. The Internet of Things. And we are going to come down at this angle so that we try to spread the heat out. Yeah, that angle. That looks good. Try to spread the heat out. And let's go for it. Actually, let me just F5 it here. Oh! No. Turn back. You don't want to come down at that sharp an angle. Alright, so we have just hit the atmosphere. Oh, you know what I don't have? I don't have space brakes. Or, sorry, air brakes. The air brakes thing on. Are these things balanced? Have a look here. Liquid fuel. Okay. Okay, so what have we got? Oops. Right. Oh, there you can see, look, the Kerbals are getting a little bit toasty inside there. Right, so the Kerbals are starting to get a bit toasty. Oh, no. And let's actually open these engines. Okay, just a second. Wait. My wife wants to call the cat. So give me a second. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, no barrel roll. We try serious landing stuff. Still getting toasty. This is serious Kerbal engineering techniques. Look how everything's getting hot. Ah, things are burning up. Things are heating up. Trying to spread the heat load. Is it working? There's the mountains. Now the Kerbal home is on the other side of those mountains. A serious barrel roll. Our Kerbals are coming home. I think if I actually land at the Space Center, that'll be the first time I've ever done that. Ever. Normally I land in just random places. So this SSTO is an important mission for me. Are we even... We are dropping height. Yeah, I'm trying to bleed off speed. I see, there it is. There it is. Holy crap, we're going up. Hey, I'm a phoenix. We got way too much lift. We've got way too much lift. That's a problem. That is a problem. Yeah, oh, not a bit. We're going to overshoot by a huge amount. Look at that. This thing's not dropping. It's flying too well. There's the runway. I can see it. Are we still like 37 kilometers up? Alright, so we're going to have to kind of get down and come back. Yeah, I was getting too much heat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to turn around and fly back. Okay, so next time we know, with this particular craft, you start way earlier. See that heat is too much. No, Kerbals! Pull back! Pull back! Pull back, Kerbals! No! Guys, we're gonna have a Kerbal barbecue! Kerbal barbecue! No! No! I'm trying to pull this thing back. I am dropping. Oh no, I'm climbing now. Look at that. Look at that heat. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, come on. Come on, I need to get the heat out of the Kerbals. See that they are absolutely roasting themselves in there. Oh, okay. They're dropping again. Okay, that heat is dropping a little bit. Okay, whew. I almost lost the Kerbals due to a cooking incident. Okay, so we are going down. We well overshot this thing. Yep. When I've got my air things open, so the air intakes are taking air in. So that should help slow it down a bit. Wow, completely different continent. How far are we? Okay, we overshot it by a continent. That's not bad. Alright, well, what we can do is once we've got this, we can actually try fly back to. But yeah, we overshot by a continent. We've got plenty of fuel to get back. Hey, that's big news. That's big news in Kerbalstein. The Kerbals often don't have that sort of excitement. Now I am a metric person. Kilometers is the only way to work. Okay, let's see. Did I manage to turn around? Oh no, I haven't quite turned around yet. Right, so we are turning. We need to go to the. Yeah, the Kerbals are still kind of warm. I believe this is the correct direction now. Yep, it is. Okay, so we're still 10 kilometers above. And look at that. We are on our way back. We are on our way back. Wow, so that was a bit of a overshoot. That was a bit of an overshoot, but we've got the fuel. We should be able to do this. I mean, at this speed, yeah, we are definitely getting there. Oh no. Slow down a bit. Alright, but what we have to remember is when we're dealing with space planes. Yeah, they are pretty good, aren't they? These engines are really working well. Is that the coast over there? What's a continent between friends? What's a continent between friends? I mean, seriously. Only a continent? But today we had a mission to get an SSTO to space and back again. We have done that. We just need to do a successful landing. Oh, it's a drop of water. It's a drop of water. Yeah, these engines are the JX4 Whiplash ramjets. Oh, sorry, ramjet engines. Oh, yeah, I've got this thing over here. You know, which is kind of like it like projects the nav ball. So it's a lot more accurate than the actual nav ball. Oh, so I'm seeing the mountains. Wow, getting a lot of airflow. I remember the oh, right. So it's kind of like yeah, you see, I don't know, I've got this weird thing of not really automating a lot of stuff. I generally tend to do most stuff by hand. The one thing I really did like about MechJib was you set up your whole maneuvers, right? And then you could set it to auto burn. And it always kind of got the auto burn exactly right. So you would do the hard work of setting up the maneuvers, you know, but it would actually fire off all the rockets. And that's the one part of MechJib I really liked. So lonely. Look at that. Comtrails. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this I mean this takes ages. And you can't really do anything about it. I mean, let's put it this way, SSTO are nice things to mess with. Actually, it's far easier just building rockets and getting rockets to do the stuff you need it to do. I mean, you don't use SSTOs for interplanetary and stuff like that. However, it would be cool to take one to Lathe. Is that the space center there? I need to turn a bit. I need to turn a bit. Yep. There, I can see the space center now. Well, I love distant object enhancement and even stuff like that. They are. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I could imagine in career mode, once you build a good SSTO, like this one this one needs more work. It kind of needs more fuel. needs stuff. I'm not sure what I'll do to this one, but it definitely needs stuff to make it more usable. But the thing is, I got it working, and that's big for me. See, there's another little runway there. I can't believe we are kind of making this. We're actually doing this. This is a first for me. Because normally I just land it anywhere. But this time I'm actually... Alright, so that's kind of... I suppose I could just a little bit more. But let's see. Get up to 270. Yeah, this is where those flags and targets would be so useful. Oh no. Oh, increase those engines. Well, a barrel... Okay. I believe this is called an aileron roll. Not a barrel roll. I know a lot of people think it is a barrel roll. Then a barrel roll where you come like sort of... You pull up and... Oh yeah, these are easy. These are like... No problem. I don't believe that's a barrel roll. I mean, even our speed is pretty low. Still got some fuel. I mean, we're actually pretty much sipping the fuel at the moment. Fuel's doing really good. Fuel is doing good. We've even got some oxidizer left. Yeah, I definitely need to increase my oxidizer. Because we used all that fuel in that big tank. We didn't want to do that. So we still don't have enough fuel on this craft. Okay, now I'm just trying to see where's that runway. Ah, there it is. I see the line of it. There's the runway. Hey, I wonder if I can use my joystick. No, I can't. That looks pretty much lined up. I'm a kilometer above. Yeah, 270, perfect. Perfect, oh yeah. Uh, I'm not counting any chickens yet. Oh. Holy shit. I did it. I did it. Holy shit, I did it. Woo. I did it. There you go. The chickens have been counted. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I did it. We built an SSTO. We took the SSTO to orbit. We orbited. And we landed at the landing pad. And we've got fuel left. I mean, a few sniffs of fuel, but we've got fuel left. Holy shit. I'm actually... It's like... This is what I'm saying. I've got chills. I've got chills after doing this. And this is the thing that Kerbal does that a lot of other games just don't do. You successfully do something like this, and you really feel like you've achieved something. You know, that first time you get into orbit, the first time you land on the moon, the first time you dock something. And these are the things that give you those chills. And this is what makes Kerbal such a great game. And then once you've done all this, you go into the real solar system, which is a whole different ball game. You know, you don't get this when you're using things like MechJeb and stuff like that. But when you're just using the natural stuff, oh, you get it. You get it in spades. So, yeah, I'm hearing my cat crying. He wants his dinner. So, I think it's time to end the stream. Let's just cover this vessel. Wow. Wow. I'm happy. I'm happy. I did it. We did it. Yeah, actually, I haven't. I've got... I mean, if you type in... I mean, this is the list of mods I've got. The only change from that is precise maneuver instead of precise node. 40,000 from 100%. So, yeah, I haven't had any sort of lag issues. Everything seems to be running absolutely fine. I'm running 64-bit. My current... You can see over here, my KSP is currently using just over 5 gigs of memory. Performance-wise, It's fine. You know, nothing really serious about that. Anyway, so on that note, it is time to say goodbye. Thank you for watching. And I'm going to go cheer and play with the cat. So, till next time. Thanks, guys. Oh, I'll be back in about an hour and a half to do some Star Citizen. But until next time, catch you later. Bye.
Welcome to the creating of